Studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris merupakan salah satu
Dear
Dear
participants,
participants,
our
our
international
international
conference is about to begin. We are suggested to turn on your camera to make yourself fully focused on this webinar. And please make sure your microphones are muted to avoid any background noise.
ChatGPT 4 udah bisa tinggal search di Google ya, hype gitu.
Selamat datang di program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris Universitas Siliwangi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris merupakan salah satu program studi di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Siliwangi dan menjadi satu-satunya program studi berbahasa asing di Universitas Siliwangi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris mempunyai visi yakni menjadi program studi inovatif dalam pembelajaran dan unggul dalam kompetensi pedagogik dan profesional berdasarkan prinsip-prinsip social constructivism yang mampu menghasilkan calon pendidik bahasa Inggris yang kreatif, kritis, berdaya saing global, berjiwa kebangsaan dan kewirausahaan pada tahun 2026. Untuk mewujudkan visinya, Prodi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris mengembangkan misi, yakni menyelenggarakan pendidikan calon guru bahasa Inggris berkualitas dengan kemampuan multiliterasi sebagai pendorong daya berpikir kritis melalui kurikulum komprehensif dan inovatif yang berbasis konstruktivisme sosial. Memfasilitasi lingkungan pendidikan yang tepat untuk membangun pengetahuan, kemampuan pedagogis, dan profesionalisme bidang pendidikan bahasa Inggris. Mendorong dan mengembangkan penelitian bidang pendidikan bahasa Inggris yang komprehensif dengan bidang pendekatan interdisipliner dan multidisipliner untuk menghasilkan dampak yang tepat bagi masyarakat. Mengaplikasikan pengetahuan, pengalaman, dan hasil penelitian bidang pendidikan bahasa Inggris pada praktik sosial sebagai wujud pengabdian pada masyarakat. Membangun pendidikan karakter yang memiliki wawasan kebangsaan dan memiliki jiwa wirausaha. Menjalin kemitraan di dalam negeri, ASEAN, dan Asia yang mencakup tridharma perguruan tinggi untuk optimalisasi sumber daya di program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris. Untuk menunjang proses pembelajaran, program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris mempunyai sarana-prasarana yang mumpuni dan ruang kelas yang nyaman. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris mempunyai fasilitas laboratorium, perpustakaan, ruang hybrid, serta ruang pelayanan. Selama berkuliah di program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris, mahasiswa akan didampingi oleh tenaga kependidikan yang berkualifikasi. Berbagai prestasi sudah berhasil diraih oleh mahasiswa pendidikan bahasa Inggris. Program studi bahasa Inggris juga menyediakan wadah bagi mahasiswa untuk mengekspresikan diri, menyampaikan aspirasi, dan mengembangkan minat bakat melalui Himpunan Mahasiswa Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris atau EDSA English Cafe, serta mendukung program pemerintah melalui kegiatan program Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka.
Selamat datang di program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris Universitas Siliwangi. Program studi pendidikan bahasa Inggris adalah salah satu program studi di lingkungan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Siliwangi. Visi keilmuan kami adalah menjadi program studi inovatif dalam pembelajaran dan unggul dalam kompetensi pedagogik dan profesional berdasarkan prinsip-prinsip social constructivism yang mampu menghasilkan calon pendidik bahasa Inggris yang kreatif, kritis, berdaya saing global, berjiwa kebangsaan, dan kewirausahaan pada tahun 2026.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second EDSA International ELT Conference on Intercultural Education with the theme Empowering English Language Teaching and Learning Through Technology, Innovations, Challenges, and Opportunities on Sunday, 26th of May 2024. I'm Fiares Viana, your ceremony for this special event. As we begin, I'd like to give a warm welcome and express my gratitude to the lecturers of the English Education Department, Universitas Siliwangi, our amazing conference supervisors, Ms. Dea Silvani, MPD, Ms. Melissa Sri, MPD, and Mr. Arif Nugraha, MSc. Our keynote speakers for today, Ms. Tonya Supel, PhD candidate from the University of Galway, Ireland, Ms. Erin Pavey from Canning Vale College, Australia, all the presenters for today's session, and of course, all of you, our distinguished participants. Thank you for joining us again today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we have completed 5 presentation sessions, and for today, we have several exciting agendas as follows. First, presentation from the 4th keynote speaker, Ms. Tonya Supel, PhD candidate from University of Galway, Ireland, and we have another parallel session. After that, we have presentation from the 5th keynote speaker, Ms. Erin Pavey from Canning Vale College, Australia, and then we have another parallel session, award session, official closing. Without further ado, let's start with the first presentation session from our esteemed keynote speaker, Ms. Tonya Supel, PhD candidate from University of Galway, Ireland. This session will be moderated by Ms. Sandra Amelia from Edgar Broad Academic Chair, or EBAC. Please, Ms. Sandra, the time and the screen are yours.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Viana. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning from Indonesia to everyone joining us from various parts of the world today. Welcome to the keynote speaker session of the second EDSA International ELT Conference on Intercultural Education. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join this conference. With great honor, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Sandra Amelia from Edgar Broad Academic Chair, Indonesia, as your moderator for the keynote speakers presentation today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, today we have got 2 keynote speakers. And now, please allow me to introduce our first speaker for this session. Our first speaker is Ms. Tonya Supel, PhD candidate from University of Galway, Ireland. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before starting the presentation, I'd like to inform how the presentation will be going on. First, the keynote speaker will have a maximum of 45 minutes for the presentations, followed by 15 minutes for question and answer sessions. So please manage your time, and I will promptly remind you if the time is mostly up. The second, question and answer session will be done after the keynote speaker's presentations. The third, every audience can drop the question in the chat box or can directly deliver the question by raising hand features virtually. And I ask the moderator will read the question to be answered, or I will mention the audience who delivered the questions directly. Therefore, every audience member is pleased to mute the microphone during the presentations. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the first keynote speaker for this session is Ms. Tonya Supel, PhD candidate from University of Galway, Ireland. All right, and now it's my great pleasure to read the personal data of our keynote speaker. She is a professional with higher academic administration experience and also a researcher with a background and interest in sex education, adult education, feminist theory, inclusive practices, and innovation. She is currently pursuing her PhD in education at the University of Galway in Ireland. She earned her master's degree in social innovation in 2021 to 2023 from Grand Valley State University, Atlanta, Michigan, United States. And she earned her bachelor's degree in history and women's studies from Central Michigan University in From 2017 to 2023, Ms. Tonya was the 4-H program coordinator at Michigan State University Extension in Muskegon, Michigan, where she developed and maintained the 4-H program and managed volunteer recruitment and training. Additionally, she has participated in numerous professional development trainings, including constant ED, teacher training and digital intimacy workshop facilitation in 2024, and first point of contact disclosure training in 2023. The last but not least, she has been recognized with several academic awards. The latest are the Intern of the Year nominee at Grand Valley State University and the Excellence in Diversity Team Award from Michigan State University in 2023, and the Institute Team Award from Michigan State University Extension in 2022. You can contact her at the email and phone number listed on your screen. All right, so what a highlight impressive CV she has. We are grateful for the opportunity to learn from Ms. Tonya's experience. Without any further ado, let's invite our first keynote speaker, Ms. Tonya Supal, PhD candidate. Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much, Sandra. I really appreciate that. Thank you for having me today. All right.
Today,
So, yes, so I see I have this. Okay, thank you. So yes, I do see I can share my screen. So let me get my presentation up right now. And I do want to say I apologize for my voice. I'm just dealing with some allergies, so I'm losing my voice a little bit. But I have water. I have a cough syrup. We will make it work today. All right. So thank you and hello. Good morning to you all. I am actually I'm in the States right now, so it's actually good evening for me. Good morning for you all. It's about 9 o'clock at night here. I'm in Michigan, but I really appreciate being asked to speak at today's conference by my colleague Irini, and I look forward to sharing and learning alongside all of you the next hour. I know that the title of my talk might be a little bit shocking to some of you right now, and maybe make you wonder how this relates to English language learning and teaching. But I do assure you that I have a point to make, and that I hope at the end of this conversation, you found it relevant and helpful. So I always like to start my presentation with the why behind everything I do. I am a sex educator and researcher because I believe, as American feminist author Bell Hooks wrote in her 2001 book, All About Love, rarely, if ever, are any of us healed in isolation. Healing is an act of communion. I am on a healing journey, and I strive to work in community with others on their own healing journey. And wherever you are all at in your life's work and your life's journey, I hope for the next hour, we can create a community that will help to begin to address some hurt and pain, but also some joy that we've all experienced. I do also want to add a trigger warning at this time. While I will not be explicitly discussing anything related to sexual violence, harassment, or abuse, I do recognize that even discussing topics related to sex and sexuality can be triggering for survivors and victims of sexual violence. If you need to at any point step away from my presentation, please know that I understand, and I hope you are able to do what you need to do to take care of yourself. I have provided some mental health support and resources that I found in Indonesia on the screen if you are in need of additional support after my presentation. But I will also share these again at the very end of my presentation. But feel free to take a picture of these resources if you need them at all. So I do want to share a little bit about myself to hopefully provide some more context about myself, my interests, my work. So I am a white woman that grew up in the United States, specifically in the state of Michigan. That put the little heart right there. I am the oldest daughter of 5 children, and I lived in Michigan for all of my life up until last August when I decided to move to Ireland, but we'll get to that more in a moment. I also want to take a moment and acknowledge that Michigan is the home of the Three Fires Confederacy, a longstanding Anishinaabe alliance of the Ojibwe, Ottawa, and Potawatomi tribes. These tribes were forced to give up their ancestral lands to the United States government through a series of oppressive and manipulative treaties. I felt that it was important to acknowledge this history in my presentation tonight because I will be talking about how we need to communicate more openly with one another in order to have deeper relationships. And I believe that in order to do so, we have to acknowledge and own the truth, especially the violent, distressing, and traumatic truth, in order to move forward with productive and healing conversations. If you're interested in learning more about these Native American tribes, you can visit the website that I have listed on the screen here, the native/land.ca website. It's actually a fascinating website. You can see all of the native lands from around the world and learn a little bit more about those indigenous tribes and communities. Michigan is home to many great fun and fun cities. We are home of Detroit, which is the birthplace of musicians Eminem and Madonna, if you know much about American music. We also have something called Detroit style pizza. If you've ever had like a square style pizza, it's delicious. We also have some great American sports teams like the Lions and the Tigers, as well as we're home of the city of Motown music. So if you've ever heard of the musicians Smokey Robinson, the Temptations, Jackson 5, the Supremes, Stevie Wonder, Marvin Gaye, and I could keep going on, you can thank Detroit for those great musicians. Motown had a major influence on American music for decades. I'm also from the land of automobiles. So Michigan is home to the Big Three, the largest car manufacturers in the United States, Ford, Chrysler, and General Motors. And cars have been vital to our economy for well over a century here in Michigan. We actually have little public transportation because of this, for better or for worse. We also have the second most diverse agricultural economy in the United States. On the screen, you're going to see some of the agricultural products that make up our diverse agricultural sector. And I come from a farming family. My dad was a farmer and my grandfather before him. So I really take special pride in this little fact. But really, I love being from Michigan because we're home to the 5 Great Lakes, which you can see on your screen here. So Michigan's outline is easily recognizable, the hand shape, thanks to these lakes. And we have some of the best beaches in the world, I think. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased. But even in the winter, when there's a couple inches of snow on the ground, I still think it's quite beautiful. But obviously, in the summertime is really when our beaches shine. And so a little bit about myself. I said I'm the oldest of 5 children. My parents were not college educated, but they emphasized the importance of education throughout my life. And I am the first in my family to graduate with a bachelor's, master's, let alone now to get a PhD. And after graduating with a Bachelor of Science in History and Women's Studies, I found a job working at the Youth Development Program as a volunteer manager that was highlighted earlier in my bio. I worked with that organization for almost 8 years, during which I completed my master's project, my Master of Arts in Social Innovation. And that project examined the need for more parent education on how to talk to children about sex and sexuality. And throughout that project, I really began to unravel a lot of personal feelings about seeing how the systemic ways our approach to talking about and communicating and educating about sex is really keeping us isolated and divided from ourselves as well as from others. And so that project made me see this work as really important and kind of healing some of that trauma that I've talked about for myself, but for others as well. And I decided to pursue a PhD in Ireland. So I moved to Galway back in August, and I'm going to be examining how initial teacher education programs in Ireland are preparing or not preparing student teachers to teach relationship and sexuality education in Ireland. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to move to Ireland. And so far, I'm really loving the chance to experience a new culture. I'll bet one that feels pretty comfortable and a little bit familiar in a way to me. Ireland is a really beautiful country, and luckily I live right next to the sea. And so being in Galway, I get the chance to still take walks along a body of water, which again, being from Michigan, as you saw earlier, has been really important. And so even though it's a small country, the sights are spectacular. There are many great places to visit around the island. And Ireland also has a deeply fascinating history, both tragic and rebellious. And it's been great to learn and understand more about their culture, lifestyle, and people so far, and I'm really enjoying it. So now let's move on to why I'm here today. I believe I'm someone who is pretty capable of finding connections between topics, people, ideas. So when I was asked to present here today by my colleague, I started trying to brainstorm and think about, well, how can I bring my knowledge and expertise, which is to be honest, not in English language learning and teaching, and even intercultural communication, but I do feel like I have something to bring to this table. And my hope is that if I explain learning about how learning to communicate about sex and sexuality effectively and positively can actually help improve your ability to communicate overall and lead to healthier and deeper relationships. And I do believe that this will have an impact on you personally, as well as you professionally as students, future teachers, and even change makers in your institutions. I do plan to highlight a lot of digital and online resources to show how, if you'd like to continue learning about this topic after my presentation, you can do so in a variety of ways that you find comfortable and accessible. So here's the plan for the rest of my presentation. We're wrapping up the overview right now, and then we'll talk a little bit about why learning about sex and sexuality is important, then why is talking about it, and then I'll share those resources and some sex educators and activists that I follow and believe that you could be following and learning from as well. Then we'll wrap up and we'll have that Q&A. So I do want to take a moment and help us prepare for this conversation a little bit, because I know it's early for you. It's early on a Sunday morning. Maybe some of you are feeling a little bit anxious or nervous to hear me talk today. And to be honest, I'm a little bit nervous. This is one of my first keynote speeches. So I'm really excited to be here, but a little bit nervous as well. So if we all just take a moment to help calm our nervous system, I think it'll help us all out. So let's take a couple deep breaths together. So if everyone would sit back in your chair, place your feet on the ground, rest your hands on your body somewhere, whether that, let me go back a little bit. There we go. Rest your hands on your body somewhere, whether that's just on your thighs, your legs, if it's on your stomach, or it's on your chest right here. Just put your hands somewhere on your body that's comfortable. And then we're going to take one slow breath in. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. And then a slow exhale out. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to do one more. 1, 2, 3, 4. And out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. And if you need to do another one by yourself, please feel free to. Hopefully we're all a little bit more grounded. I promise to try to make this, maybe it's still a little uncomfortable, but a safe place for the next 40, 35 minutes that I've got with you today. So first, I actually do plan to launch some polls. So on the screen, you will see that I would like to use the website Menti. So I don't know how familiar you all are with this tool, this online resource, but it's a great tool for presentation purposes where you can do polls, you can do Q&As. So if you all could take out your phones, if you could either follow the QR code on your screen, or if you want to type into a browser, whether on your laptop, your computer, your phone, whatever works best. And when you go to the website, you'll be asked to enter the code. The code is right there on the screen. If someone wouldn't mind maybe even typing the code into the chat for me, but it is 5660 5092. And hopefully, if you are having any problems at all getting this to work, please let me know. But hopefully, you're all joining. And then I have launched it. Okay, it's working. Perfect. I already see one response. Okay, so as you are logging into the Menti, as you're getting involved, you're going to see the first question pop up. And it is, how comfortable are you learning about sex? And your options are very comfortable, comfortable, you're unsure, you're uncomfortable, or you're very uncomfortable. So we'll just take a moment here. I do want to acknowledge that there are absolutely no right or wrong answers. I can't see what you're responding to. No, it's anonymous. No one can see what you're saying. So I just want to kind of get a feel for where everyone is at with this topic. I know that it can be pretty uncomfortable for almost anyone around the world. Doesn't really matter who you are. And there's a lot of reasons for this. So I just wanted to kind of see where people are at right now, with how comfortable you're feeling. I'm seeing actually, like, I'm very surprised, but very happy to see the vast majority are very comfortable learning about sex. So this is great. I'm hoping then that because you're a little bit more comfortable, you'll be able to take some things away tonight, today, so this morning, whatever time of day it is, right? From my presentation. So thank you so much. I'll just give it a couple more seconds to kind of see. And I want to say the person that put uncomfortable, the few people that said unsure, I see you, I hear you. Again, I still hope that you also take something away from this presentation today. Great. Well, if you are just still figuring this out, please feel free. You don't have to, you can still answer. I'm going to keep moving forward right now. But maybe when we'll come back to the next poll, we'll kind of see how much this has changed. So don't feel like if you haven't gotten in yet, you can't respond. Feel free to still respond. Thank you. Okay, back to my presentation. Okay, there we go. Okay, so why is learning about sex so important though? Well, first, because many people really don't know much about it. Remember how I said so many cultures kind of have a lot of embarrassment around sex? Well, that's because sex has long been viewed as a shameful act. And whether it was because of religious, political, social, cultural beliefs, sex has a long history of being associated with shame, guilt, and fear, and other negative feelings. And those feelings have only been perpetuated, with the lack of knowledge and misinformation that most people have around it. Dr. Emily Morse, a sex educator from the United States, wrote in her book, Smart Sex, that the silence and shame around sex keeps it shrouded in mystery. So it seems simpler, less messy, and less fraught to just avoid the subject completely. When we attach a level of unknown about a topic, we assign a sense of shame around it. And it can be true for a lot of other topics like race and racism, drug and alcohol misuse, homelessness. If we don't talk about it, then we don't have to acknowledge the reality of those issues facing us. And as a white woman from the United States, I was not raised in a household where we talked about race and racism. Or if we did, I heard remarks and statements that were prejudiced and grounded in ignorance around the reality of Black Americans, immigrants, indigenous communities, etc. The amount of misinformation that I received as a child when it came to the reality of race and racism in the States is something I'm still unlearning about, and I'm still getting comfortable having those conversations. And maybe all of you can think of your own experiences growing up of topics or issues that you knew you couldn't talk about because you could be shamed for asking. Maybe you knew that your parents or those trusted adults that you were trying to ask questions weren't maybe telling you the whole truth, or maybe the answers didn't seem quite right or quite satisfactory enough. I'm sure maybe some of those topics related to sex and sexuality were some of those questions that you were kind of shamed for asking about. And at this time, I do want to acknowledge that my own experiences and beliefs around sex are likely to be different than your own, and that's okay. I come from a Western United States perspective on gender and sexuality, and I recognize that there are aspects of these topics that I don't fully understand from an Asian Global South perspective, and you all have a variety of experiences and identities that inform your experience, knowledge, and beliefs when it comes to sex and sexuality. Your religious, cultural, and political beliefs inform your sexual values just as much as mine inform my own. So I grew up in a Protestant Christian home, which had a profound impact on the way that I was taught about sex and sexuality. And while I no longer consider myself a Christian, those beliefs around sex and sexuality and my beliefs around sex and sexuality have actually changed. The influence of religion has still informed who I am and how I've navigated this work. So I am not here to say that my beliefs are the right or only way to view sex and sexuality. What I am here to say is that even if your beliefs are different from my own, learning how to communicate about your beliefs and where you stand with sex and sexuality in a healthy and positive way will help you personally and within your relationships. And being respectful of others' decisions and beliefs is vital, I believe, to even intercultural education, and sex and sexuality is really no different. So as long as no harm is being done to another person due to beliefs and values, we'll be grand. And so to learn more about why this is important, I'm going to pull up a video from a website called amaze.org. This is a great educational website for parents and educators alike, with a wide variety of tools or videos on topics related to sex and sexuality. I actually know that their resources can be translated into multiple different languages, and they have even included how their videos can fit into the international guidance on sex ed. So while I'm not familiar with sex ed in Indonesia and other Asian countries, you could look still at this website and kind of see how it could fit into guidance. So I will, at the end, their website will be included in the resources list. But again, if you type in amaze.org, you'll be able to find it. But let's give this video a watch and see what you guys think. Oh, and there we go. Yep. So we did have even more comfortable people to talk about sex. So that's great to see. Thank you again for sharing. Okay, I believe you should be hearing my video, but actually, let me just do. Hold on one second. Let me stop my share. Do it one more time. Okay, now we should be good.
You guys won't believe what I did this past weekend. I went to a dog butt concert at the Civic Center, and then I had 8.5 hot dogs, and then I got sick. It was so awesome.
Those guys rock. I was busy working on my science fair project all weekend.
Cool. How about you, Joanne?
I got a purity ring at a purity ceremony at my church.
Sweet. Wait, what's a purity ring?
Basically, it means that I promise to wait to have sex until I'm married.
So it's like part of your religion?
Yep, it's a symbol of my decision to wait to have sex until I'm married. It's what my religion teaches is the right thing to do.
People's attitudes about life are often guided by religious beliefs or based in family or cultural tradition, which help them make important decisions, including decisions about dating and sex.
But what if people don't agree with each other because their beliefs are different?
Different beliefs don't make one person right or another person wrong. It just makes them different. And that's okay. These beliefs can help people understand complex topics, like whether and when to have sex, how to act based on gender, the use of birth control, and what to do if you get pregnant by mistake, in a way that works for them personally.
And people with the same faith or culture often have different thoughts on these same issues. For example, some people believe that all sexual experiences should only happen between two people who are married. Others think it's okay for boys to have sex before marriage, but not for girls. And others think that it's okay for people to have sex as long as they really care about each other.
And people's beliefs can influence attitudes about gender and gender roles too. Some may believe that men are meant to be providers of the household, while women should be the main ones to take care of the children. Others believe that raising kids should be divided equally among the adults in the family.
I know what you mean. A few days ago, my mom and my uncle were having a serious discussion about abortion. They both had really different views.
Right. Some people believe that a god or higher power is the giver of life. So therefore, abortion is a procedure that ends life. And others feel that only people who are pregnant have the right to choose what happens to their body, no matter what.
Plus, some people may choose to follow practices they were taught as a kid, while others may find their beliefs change as they get older and are exposed to different things.
In the end, you have the right to your religious and cultural beliefs, even if others do not agree with them. And remember, it's important to respect others' beliefs and not judge them as long as they are not harmful to themselves or others.
I guess having different religions and cultural beliefs about life makes us all unique, much like the members of Dog Butt, though one can only dream of being as cool as them.
So I hope, excuse me, again, my voice. Yeah, so I hope you all kind of enjoyed that video. Again, they have so many different types of videos about all kinds of topics that I feel like are really relatable, that youth could watch, but also parents and older teens and young adults could watch and learn from on how to really communicate. So definitely recommend. Again, the website will be at the end. So with all that being said, let's talk a little bit more about why sex ed especially is so important. So research shows that in the US, most teenagers, and I'd argue probably this happens around the world, but most teenagers learn about sex from their friends and social media. Social media definitely right now especially. So while those are important resources for youth to learn from and to turn to with questions, I'm going to spend the next few minutes talking about why parents are not the main sources of sex ed for American teenagers and why I think that should change. So my master's project, as I said, was about parent education. And one aspect of that was interviewing educators who teach parenting classes. I wanted to know why they thought, yes.
Ma'am,
Yes.
I think you have not shared your screen yet.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, is it up now?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that. The joys of having only one laptop right now to do this. So thank you. Okay, so I interviewed parent educators because I wanted to learn why parents were having a difficult time talking to their children about sex. One of the major themes that came up in my interviews was that parents are uncomfortable talking with their children about sex and sexuality because parents feel afraid, embarrassed, or in denial. And some of those reasons were because of shame from their own childhood, the shame of not knowing the answers to their children's questions, and not knowing how to have conversations with their children. These reasons were really interesting to me because the research shows that the more informed children are regarding sex, the better and healthier choices they actually make. So by normalizing discussing sex and educating children as they age, parents would actually be giving them the tools to make safe decisions. But unfortunately, that's not really happening. So I'm a little bit curious, and so many of you are comfortable talking or learning about sex, I should say. Could everybody, if you're still on Menti, if you could go back to Menti, and the next question is, what was your primary source of sex education? Was it school? Did you learn a lot in a formal education classroom? Was it your parents or caregivers? Was it friends? Was it others? What was your main source of sex education? So I've launched it. I'm even a little bit unfamiliar with Menti, or haven't used it in a while, I should say. So if everybody could take a look, hopefully, yes, perfect, it's working. All right, so I'm seeing internet and social media. I'm not surprised at all. And again, that's okay. If that has been your main source, that is there, again, there's no right or wrong answers for this. Okay, social media. If anybody wants to even add social media, has it been TikTok? Has it been Instagram, Facebook? I'm a little bit curious to just generationally how people are learning about sex via social media. Film and series, internet and friends, Western media. Yeah, I could see that. Twitter. Okay, Twitter. Yeah, X. Yep, Twitter, the internet. And again, maybe I should, when I say primary source, what is like the main source? What would you say you've learned the most about sex and sexuality from? A lot of internet. Yep. Twitter, internet and friends. Social media and from my boyfriend, internet, Twitter. I'm actually quite surprised by Twitter, but that is really good to know. Okay, again, keep adding them. We'll come back to this when we launch the next poll, but it is very interesting. Thank you so much for responding. Again, seeing a lot of just internet, Twitter. Right, okay. Going back to my slide, okay. There we go. Okay, so then to move forward, the second theme that emerged from those interviews was a lack of knowledge and understanding, a lack of generational support and experience, and a lack of skills related to talking to children about difficult topics. So again, I think I saw parents maybe once in those responses, but you all here with me tonight, your parents were not your primary sources. So I'm wondering if it's for similar reasons, but the participants shared that parents have a hard time discussing difficult topics with their kids, such as sex and sexuality, because they don't feel like they have the right words to say, or they don't have the right knowledge necessary to help answer their children's questions. A couple participants even brought up how difficult it is for parents to find accurate information from reliable sources on the internet to share with their children. So the majority of the participants discussed how the lack of talking about sex affects the generations, because it is difficult for adults to know what to do if their parents were not models for these conversations. And really, I'd argue it's not just the parents in our lives who should be modeling healthy communication around sex and other difficult topics. As Dr. Emily Morse believes, most of us feel uncomfortable talking about sex because we have no idea that it's a normal thing to talk about. We don't see many healthy models of people talking about sex in our culture, so we assume that it's unnecessary. This is why change needs to occur around how we talk about sex and sexuality. The impact that not educating ourselves about a topic is important to our overall health and well-being and our relationships is having lasting impacts felt throughout families, friends, as well as, I would argue, overall society. So if we as adults can model how to educate ourselves and have better communication skills for the children in our lives, whether we're parents or not, then hopefully we can begin to turn the tide of some of these negative impacts. So another poll, stop sharing my screen, go to my next one. I have another poll for you, is how comfortable, okay, so let me see, 1 second. I do, again, see mostly a lot of internet. Answers. Yeah, I do see a parents, internet and parents. Perfect. Mostly I got from online source, my friends, family, Twitter, Instagram. There is an account name named. It's specifically an account to raise awareness around sex education in Indonesia. This is great. Please, at the end of my presentation, add this to the chat because I would love to also follow them. So thank you for that. So the next poll is, how comfortable are you talking about sex with your friends? Are you very comfortable? Are you comfortable? Unsure, uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. So think about your close circle of friends, the people that you trust. Do you have these conversations about sex and sexuality? Are you comfortable? Again, I'm seeing a lot of comfortable, but some unsure. So that's very interesting. I'm sure you have many reasons why you're unsure. And maybe we'll talk a little bit about why you do have to be choosy. You have to be safe about who you talk to about these things, because sometimes not everybody is a safe person to trust with some information. Okay, so it's kind of stopped. So I'll go to the next one. So then, how comfortable are you talking about sex with your partner or your spouse? And if you are not in a relationship right now, think about maybe a past relationship, if that's applicable, or think about if you were in a relationship right now, how comfortable would you be talking about sex with your partner or spouse? Again, the same answers: very comfortable, comfortable, unsure, uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. When I say partner or spouse, it means boyfriend, girlfriend, wife, husband, whatever term fits for your relationship. So actually a lot of unsures. I'm actually really interested. So I don't know if anybody feels comfortable putting in the chat, even if you want to message me privately, if you don't feel comfortable putting it out to everybody, but just want to take a moment because I'm really interested of why the unsures. Because it's I see mostly comfortable and unsure is tied right now. And I appreciate the fact that people are kind of unsure if they're comfortable. And maybe it's just a lack of not being really know how to yet, which is why I'm here. So yeah, maybe we'll come back to the unsure at the end of the talk, in the Q&A if anybody feels comfortable sharing. Because I also I'll say my Q&A, I also have a Q&A up here at Mentimeter that will be a little bit more anonymous for people that maybe don't want to put their questions in the Q&A box. But again, this is fascinating. Thank you so much for responding. I really do appreciate it. So we'll get back to my presentation now and talk a little bit more about why talking about sex is so important. Okay, so I ask these questions because I believe that if we open ourselves up to discussing these questions, or discussing these topics that are really shrouded in shame and that are considered taboo, we can start to undo the shame in our bodies surrounding these topics. There's something very healing about discussing these topics that we have long been viewed as off limits. So I know that when I started to have honest discussions with my close friends about what I was feeling and experiencing related to sex, it made me feel less isolated and less shame. And so many times they felt the same way, but even when they didn't feel the same, we were able to listen empathetically and provide support that was not shaming, which I needed. And by making it more acceptable and comfortable for friends to discuss these questions and issues when it comes to sex, we're making way for the fun and pleasurable aspects of sex to come into the conversation as well. And so I do want to now show another video, and it's by Dr. Martha Tara Lee. She is a relationship counselor and clinical sexologist based in Singapore, where she discusses more why we should communicate about sex with first our friends and then our partners. So,
Hi everyone, this is Martha. I'm a relationship counselor and clinical sexologist. In this video, I want to talk about better sexual communication. So a lot of people do understand the importance of communication. However, when it comes to sex, we have a lot of difficulties, awkwardness, shyness, discomfort around it. We don't want to come across as sleazy or inappropriate, and there's a lot of slut shaming happening. So we do hesitate to talk about sex. However, you need to understand, if we don't practice talking about it, we might never get better at it. So the first thing is understanding that it is really important. It's really important. You need to practice, need to speak up, okay? So really sink into, if I don't speak up, then no one's really gonna understand me. And if I don't start practicing, I'm not gonna get better at it. It's a journey. It's a journey of becoming a better communicator. And the topic just happens to be sex. The second thing you can do is practice. Practice with people that you trust, people that you know of, people who love you, people who are not going to judge you, people who want to hear what you have to say, people who want to know what's going on with your life. So when I started to, even before I was a sexologist, I asked myself, why is it that I talk about everything except sex? I don't talk to this topic with my friends. And I feel, then I started to ask myself, you know what? This is not really a real relationship, is it? If I can talk about everything but not this topic, then how real is this friendship? So I started to venture into talking about it a little bit with my friends, and there was no shaming, there was nothing. In fact, they were really like happy that I shared with them a little bit about what's going on in my life. And they in turn started to open up with me about it. And with time and practice, it became like easier and easier. And now there are like no holds barred between me and my closest friend. And I'm so proud of myself for taking that first step of talking to them about it. So it's something as simple as, hey, I want to tell you what's going on in my personal life. I'm a bit shy about it. I know this is very private. I know you might feel uncomfortable about it, but let me know if you don't want me to continue. Ask for permission. Ask for permission and then just start. It's just like any other subject. We just let go of all these layers of awkwardness. And then having had your practice with your friends, then venture into talking about it with your partner. Let them know how you feel. Let them know that you feel shy and awkward, and you just need them to listen to you so that you can finish your thoughts. And let them know that it's you need them to hold space for you and to be kind to you. So this is where you start to practice saying what feels good, what you like. So the sandwich approach. You know the sandwich approach? Where you say something good, maybe you in the middle talk about something that may be a bit sensitive or awkward or difficult, and then you end it with good as well. So the sandwich approach just makes the relationship stronger because you are being vulnerable and authentic. And so it could be something as simple as, you know what, I really love spending time with you. I really think you are an amazing person. And I feel like this is one thing that I would really like for us to do more of. Thank you so much for listening to me. This is really awesome. I think you're amazing. And I really look forward to having better, longer times and longer friendship or continued relationship with you. Things like that. So actually, when you take the bold step of being a little bit vulnerable and authentic, you are actually also modeling for your partner that they too can do the same. So then you will have what I call a real and authentic relationship. It is so important to speak up even when it's challenging. So do get clearer. You can write down or journal by yourself if you have nobody to practice with. But I really do encourage you to find someone that you can talk to. You know, your best friend, your confidant. Really think of it as when I open up, they open up too. So it's a really, really beautiful journey that you are in to.
So yeah, I loved that video from Dr. Martha Tara Lee, and absolutely felt like it was important to share with you all today. She, again, I will be sharing her Instagram handle later on tonight, but definitely give her a follow on Instagram if you don't know much about her. So then let's talk a little bit more about why this is all important. So I do believe that talking about sex and sexuality is important for everyone to discuss, because by learning how to communicate about such a tricky topic, it'll actually be easier to discuss other topics with friends and loved ones. And over time, it'll actually be easier to discuss other issues in your relationships and friendships. So if you're facing any kind of trust issues or boundaries issues or issues with expectations, if we're not discussing those with your friends and your partners and your loved ones, how can you expect them to be resolved? And while some of those topics might be easier for you to discuss than sex, which is absolutely fair, I do believe that the skills needed to have the hardest conversations will assist you in even having the simplest conversations. And Bell Hooks wrote, rather than fearing conflict, we have to find ways to use it as a catalyst for new thinking, for growth. And this approach means that we're embracing our fears of conflict, of vulnerability, and turning away from shame. And it will ultimately help us with our personal relationships as we show up as students, as educators, academics, etc. And without the ability to share and be vulnerable with the people we trust, we are less likely to experience true connection and belonging. Brene Brown, a researcher from the United States who studies shame and vulnerability, wrote in 2013 that vulnerability is at the center of difficult emotion, but it's also the birthplace of every positive emotion we need in our lives. When we start to speak our truth to power with the people that we trust, we can start to live and love more fully and deeply. And again, Bell Hooks said it best when she said, to truly love, we must learn to mix various ingredients: care, affection, recognition, respect, commitment, trust, as well as open and honest communication. So really though, how can we start to do this? When I look at some of my go-to authors and researchers in sex and relationship advice, education, research, what they have to say about communication, their tips and their advice around communication with sex, their advice is really similar. So the Gottman Institute, which is an institute that is known for their research and resources around relationships based in the US, shared their 4 rules on how to talk to your partner about sex. Be kind and positive, be patient, don't take it personally, and be accommodating. The don't take it personally rule is the one that really stands out to me, because I think it can apply to so many other conversations. I try to remember that when people approach me with an issue that they're having with me, that they're doing it because they trust me enough with this information and they love me enough and want me to see better and have our relationship be even better. So I try not to take it as a personal attack against who I am. And when it comes to talking about sex directly, this can actually be really hard to not take things personally, because we feel such a sense of responsibility over the sexual experiences we want to have with our loved ones. But the reality is that most of the time, if there's an issue inside the bedroom, the root cause is actually coming from outside the bedroom. So that's where Dr. Emily Morris's 3 T's come in. She recommends thinking about timing, tone, and turf. She believes and writes in her book that when you think about how to have conversations about sex with your partners, you need to think about the timing. When would be the best time to talk with your partner about the issue that you're having? It's probably not right when they come home from work or right after you've had a sexual experience with them. And then, sorry, I lost my spot. And so then the next time would be the tone. What is the kind of tone you want to have in those conversations? Going back to the Gottman article, being kind and positive is probably a good tone to have, right? And so then also the next one is T. The last T is turf. So where should you have this difficult conversation? Dr. Emily believes that having a hard conversation about sex shouldn't happen in the bedroom. That's where the magic happens, she says. So instead, you need to have it in a more neutral and safe space. And I honestly believe that all of these tips and guidelines for how to have conversations about sex with your partner work in other situations and with other people you care about. So if you're trying to have a more serious or difficult conversation with your sister, your father, your friend, trusted coworker, you should also be thinking about those 3 T's: the timing, the tone, and the turf of the conversation. Being kind and positive and patient is also important in conversations about money, illness, boundaries, etc. And maybe still having conversations about sex would still be too difficult for you. But if you're thinking about easier conversations that you don't really hesitate to have with your friends, maybe try implementing some of these tips still into your conversations. And thinking a little bit, okay, well, the last time I had a conversation with my friend, it didn't go so well. Maybe I need to think about, well, maybe it wasn't great to talk about this. Maybe it wasn't great to bring up this conversation, right after she got home from work or right after she had a really bad day at work. Maybe I need to think about it and have this conversation at a better time when we're both a little bit in a better, healthier mindset. So I actually wanted to show a clip, as you guys quickly saw, from the TV show Sex Education. So I know that in the conversation or in one of the polls earlier, I asked where your sex education comes from. And I saw a couple people say Western media. So I'm wondering if some of you maybe have watched the TV show Sex Education. But if you haven't heard about it, it is a Netflix show about teenagers in England. And the overall show is an absolutely phenomenal example of how to talk about a variety of topics related to sex, teenage sexuality, etc. And this specific clip that I wanted to show today highlights a conversation from the final season between Otis, the main character of the show, and his best friend, Eric. So Eric, in the final season, tries at one point to have a more serious conversation with Otis about some of the issues that their friendship has been facing lately. And Otis doesn't handle it well for a couple of different reasons, I'd say. But we're going to watch in the clip how Otis learns from his mistakes and approaches and opens the door to having a more honest and vulnerable conversations in the future between the two of them. And I think it's such a great example of kind of what we've been talking about tonight. So let me pull that up.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, I do apologize. Unfortunately, the time for the presentation has run out because of the limited time.
Okay.
So
okay.
maybe
Can I
it
show
be
the
set-
clip really quick? It's like a
yes,
minute.
yes.
Okay,
sir,
great. And then
please.
we can move on. Perfect. Thank you. Hold on.
There's parts of my life that you don't really understand.
Like what?
Well, like the fact that I'm a Christian, or the fact that my family doesn't have as much money as yours, or we don't talk about race, for example, and we don't really talk about it.
Okay, but why are you blaming me for that?
I'm not blaming you, I'm just trying to say how I feel.
Maybe we need some time apart from each other.
Yeah, maybe. I do feel uncomfortable about some of our differences. I've never really known how to talk about it because I'm scared that I'm going to get it wrong, or I'm going to upset you. I shouldn't be afraid of that. I shouldn't be afraid of having those conversations because you're my best friend. And I feel like I've lost a lot this year. And I couldn't survive if I lost you.
And on that happy note, I will stop sharing my screen. I will say I apologize. I thought I timed this a little bit better, but I get to talking and I can talk all night. So I do have a lot of resources, educators to share. So if I can at least pull up this slide for you all so you can take a picture, and then I will happily answer any questions that you all have and share anything else. But here is sex educators, activists, wellness companies that you could follow, that you could start to try to implement some more sex positive vices in your life if you want to try to do that, if you want to continue learning at all. These are people that I recommend to follow the websites, take a picture, do whatever you need to do. I can also put them in the chat. But yes, so I'm happy to answer any questions. I also will say in the Menti I will launch right now, it's more of like an anonymous Q&A. If you don't feel comfortable putting in the chat, maybe just because you don't want your name associated, I will move the Menti now to like an anonymous Q&A that no one will be able to see who's asking the questions. So if you're still on Menti, feel free to put your questions in there if that's more comfortable, or you can send me a private one, whatever you're comfortable with. But yes, I will hand things over now. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for very informative information. And if you don't mind, maybe you can share the PowerPoint to the committee so we can share to the audience.
Yes, I'm
All
happy
right,
to do that.
thank you. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, now let's shift our attention to the next session, which is question and answer sessions. Do you have any questions? For those who have questions, please feel free to send your question via the chat or use raise hand feature. All right, so here we have got some people that use raise hand virtually. So let's get started from Silva. Silva, please.
All right, is my voice clear?
Yes, sir, it's clear.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Alsabila. I'm from Silvani University. So, ma'am, it's rare for us here to meet someone who can teach us or discuss a lot of sex education. So I'm so glad to meet you today. So I have questions. What are some common misconceptions about sex education that you often encounter? And I want to know, what advice would you give to educators who are uncomfortable teaching about sex education?
Those are great questions. Thank you so much for them. So first, I'll talk about the misconceptions about sex ed. And I think really the main one that I believe is most important is that talking or teaching about sex will make kids have sex, and or like force them to, or they're being sexualized. That's not true. So in the States, we have something called abstinence only sex ed, and that is where the sex ed that's being taught encourages that you have to wait till marriage to have sex, which is a valid and viable option for people. Not going to say it's not, but that can't be the only option. And actually, it's been proven that when students are only given that as an option, saying that you can only have sex until you're married, or you can't have sex until you're married, they actually have more sex, and it's less safe because they're not taught about condoms. They're not taught about other options of contraceptives. So they're doing it in an unhealthy way. So I argue that more of a comprehensive approach, which is giving them options and teaching them tools and resources to make sure that if they decide to have sex, they're doing so in a way that is safe and healthy for them and for their partners. So I feel like that is the biggest misconception. And it's not, talking about it is not going to force anybody to do anything that they're not comfortable with, because at this point they're already doing it and they're not doing it in a safe and healthy way. So that's the biggest one. And then your second question was about advice for teachers who are uncomfortable. And I absolutely get that. So that's actually why I'm doing my PhD in Ireland. In Ireland, the teachers who have to teach sex ed, they don't have to do any kind of training to teach sex ed. They're usually assigned by their principals to teach it. So they usually don't want to, have had no experience. They're very nervous to do so. And my advice is that, like, if you're told that you have to do it, is to find every professional opportunity to learn a little bit more. I do, again, in my presentation, I provide some resources and some organizations that provide trainings for teachers, especially, and also just have a lot of tip sheets on how to talk about sex in your classrooms. But I also want to say that even if you're not teaching sex ed specifically, so in your English language classrooms, you're not going to really be teaching sex ed, right? But there is a way for you to think about how gender and sexuality impact your classroom. You're going to be teaching students that are from different gender identities than you. and very likely different sexual identities than your own. So think about how can you how are your biases coming into play as a teacher when you're interacting with your students who are boys, who are girls, or maybe somewhere in between. So just kind of thinking a little bit more deeply about how you can be more inclusive of gender and sexual identities in your classrooms is a great way to also do that. And again, those resources, some organizations that I've worked with have resources related to that will be included in my presentation later on. Thank you for that question. Great questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Tanya. So, Salsabila, I hope that Ms. Tanya's explanation will be clear enough for you. And let's go to the next person. We have Agung Irfan 3 here. So, Agung, please, you can deliver your question directly.
All right, thank you for the opportunity. I am Agung Irfan 3. I think in Indonesia it's a taboo to talk about sex. So, but I think important to talk about sex. So how can educators support students in developing a healthy understanding of their own sexuality and communication skills? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So again, kind of related to my answer previously, I think educating yourselves. So I'm not really familiar with Indonesian sex education in your schools, if you have any at all, but if you're feeling as educators that maybe you need more education on sexuality, on gender identity, there are so many resources out there right now for you to go and learn a little bit more and learn how you can support them. So there's a tool that I was going to share called the Gender and Sexuality Galaxy from Action Canada. They're an organization that does a lot of sexual health work with students. And it's a great resource. It's a great tool for yourself as educators, but it is also something that you could use in your own classrooms to talk about what gender and sexuality, learn a little bit more, but also think about how can you incorporate stories and experiences of people from different identities into your classrooms to kind of lead some conversations around differences. Is there a way that you can bring in a story about a non-binary or a transgender individual into your classrooms and kind of lead a discussion about their stories, about their experiences? And again, there are tons of resources out there that would help you support and help you have those conversations, lead those discussions in your classrooms. But think about what are some of those diverse experiences that you could bring into your classrooms to lead discussions with your students. So I hope that answers your question, but thank you for that question.
All right, thank you, Ms. Tanya. So I hope that's clear enough, Agung, for the explanation. And let's go to the next person. We have got Nabila here, the last one. Nabila, please.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nabila. I'm from Siliwangi University. And hello, ma'am. First of all, I would like to say thank you for your great, incredible speech. I really love that. So I would like to deliver a question. As we know, nowadays out there must be a lot of sexual harassment cases. So in the cases of sexual harassment, is it important for us, or do we really need to handle the situation in a non-judgmental way by trying to learn to avoid direct judgment of the victim and avoiding direct judgment of the harasser? Because people often directly presuming that the victims are 100% right and the harassers are 100% wrong. What are your thoughts about this? Thank you.
That is a difficult last question, but thank you for asking it. It's very important. So when it comes to issues related to sexual harassment, violence, abuse, I do think that at first, it is absolutely important if you as educators, as you as friends, as people ever receive a disclosure from someone that they have been the victim or survivor of sexual harassment, abuse, trauma, that it is very important that you do provide them support and that you do believe them. Because unfortunately, too often they're not believed. Now, if it comes out later that they lied, that they manipulated, that they were not truthful, then that's a situation that you can deal with later on. But I know the statistics, and I know how difficult it is for people to disclose in the first place. And if they disclose to somebody that doesn't believe them, they are more likely to never disclose again, and then to never receive the help that they could possibly need, whether that is physical help, if they've received any physical wounds or trauma from their experience, but also mental and emotional help. So again, if they are lying, then that is something that can be dealt with later. But in the very moment that they have decided to trust you with that very traumatic experience, it's important that you look at them and say, I believe you. I'm sorry this happened. What do you need? And then move forward. And then because there absolutely are instances where things are lied about, things are not told the entire truth. But I would also believe that even for the person that perpetrated the crime, perpetrated the harassment, it is important to hear their story and to hear what happened and to hear why they did what they did, and try to help them receive the help that maybe they need to make sure that that doesn't happen again. Whether that is more education, whether that is some kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Like criminal justice, whether they have to go through the court in order to receive the help that they need. But I do believe that it's always important to upfront and foremost to provide support to the survivor victim that comes to you, and move forward and helping them receive the help that they need. And if the story again comes out that they are not being truthful, then you can deal with it at that moment.
All right, so thank you, Ms. Tonya, for answering the question. All right, everyone, I think all questions have been answered very well today. Thank you for your enthusiasm for this session. It's really interesting discussion, but unfortunately the time is limited, so we must end this interesting discussion. Once more, thank you very much, Ms. Tonya, for your knowledge sharing today. Yeah, if you don't mind, I hope you would like to share the PowerPoint material to the committee to be shared to the audience.
Yes,
All right,
absolutely.
thank
I would
you
be
in
happy
advance.
to do that.
Now we would like. All right, thank you. Now we would like to deliver our great token of appreciation to our first speaker, our first keynote speaker, Ms. Tonya Supel, PhD candidate. The committee, please. All right, once again, thank you very much, Ms. Tonya, for today's fruitful presentation. And everyone, so I'll give the time back to the mistress of ceremony, Miss Pia, please.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Sandra, for guiding this session. And special thanks to Ms. Tonya for sharing your insight with us. It's such an engaging session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is Parallel Session 3. But before that, I kindly remind everyone that the attendance link will be shared at the end of the conference. So please stay with us until the end. I also encourage you to actively participate in every sessions, since there will be an award for the best presenters. Right, for the parallel session, we breakout rooms as usual, each with different presenters and topics. You may choose to join one breakout room that suits your interest, and kindly stay in that room until the session ends. So to all presenters, moderators, and participants, please, you may join the breakout room now. Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and
welcome back to the
gentlemen,
main
welcome.
room. All right, I would like to express sincere appreciation to all the presenters in the parallel session 3. Thank you very much for your outstanding presentations. And I'm pleased to inform you that there will be an award too for the best presenters. So please stay tuned. Right, before we continue, we have a special performance from Universitas Siliwangi Choir. Please enjoy. Wow, give applause for the performance. Such a great performance, isn't it? Hope you enjoyed the performance. All right, dear participants, the next agenda is the presentation session of our excellent keynote speaker, Miss Erin Pavey from Canning Vale College, Australia. This session will be guided again by Miss Sandra Amelia from Edgar Bird Academic Chair or EBAC. So I'll give it to Miss Sandra. All right, please kindly wait. Participants, it seems like Miss Sandra have some kind of trouble. All right, let me check Miss Erin first. Miss Erin, are you with us?
I am with you.
Hi, all right. Thank you for joining us, Miss Erin.
Thank you for having me with you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you with us. How are you, Miss Erin?
Well, thank you. It looks like the conference is going amazingly well.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah, I'm glad. Yeah, gladly it's running well. Alhamdulillah. All right. So, please kindly wait, Miss, for Miss Sandra. We are trying to fix the problem here.
No
So,
problem
yeah.
at all.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Miss Fia. So I do apologize everyone for my trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the keynote speaker session of the second EDSA International ELT Conference on Intercultural Education. Back again with me, Sandra Amelia. I'm delighted to still be your moderator for this session. And thank you for your continued presence. Now we are going to the second keynote speaker. Please allow me to introduce you our second speaker for this session. Our second speaker is Miss Erin Pavey from Canning Vale College, Australia. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before starting the presentations, I'd like to remind you how the presentation will be going on. First, the keynote speaker will have a maximum of 45 minutes for the presentations, followed by 15 minutes for question and answer session. So please manage your time, and I will friendly remind you over. The second question and answer session will be done after the keynote speaker's presentation. And the third, every audience can drop the question in the chat box or can directly deliver the question by raising hands virtually. And I, as the moderator, will read the question to be answered, or I will mention the audience who deliver the questions directly. And the last, every audience member is pleased to mute the microphone during the presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, the second keynote speaker for this session is Miss Erin Pavey from Canning Vale College, Australia. Before continuing with the material, I will present the curriculum vitae of our second keynote speaker, Miss Erin Pavey. She is a secondary teacher teaching languages and English as an additional language or dialect in Perth, Western Australia. She has been teaching for 20 years and has seen significant changes in the use of technology in the classroom. She's been part of a team of teachers at her school, Canning Vale College, that have worked together to make the most of what technology has to offer in the languages classroom. This has meant some research, some trial and error, and a lot of learning. When she's not working, Erin enjoys spending time with her family and friends, reading, and walking with her dogs. Wow, that's really great CV from Miss Erin. Without further ado, please welcome our second keynote speaker, Miss Erin Pavey. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to meet you. All right, ma'am, so the Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'll just share my screen so that I can share my presentation with you all. And hopefully that will go nice and smoothly for everyone. So yeah, I'm really honoured to be here today. This is an amazing event from the bit that I've seen this morning, an incredible organisational masterpiece, I'm going to say. So thank you, Sandra Amelia, for introducing me to the committee for organising and inviting me to be part of this, but also to all the participants who are giving up their time to be part of this event. Wow. I hope that I can share something with you all today about what I have done and what I do in my classroom. So my presentation is quite practical and is about things that I've tried and done with my students and in the teaching and learning of languages. So I hope that I can talk about a few ways that technology can enhance the teaching and learning experience. So I hope you don't mind. I'd like to start with an acknowledgement of country. So I'd like to respectfully acknowledge that I'm speaking today from the land of the Whadjuk Noongar people and acknowledge that they are the traditional custodians of this land. And I'd like to pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. And that's the region that I'm from in the southwest of Western Australia. So my agenda, my plan for today for this moment with you is to talk a tiny bit about me, hopefully not too long, using ebooks in my classroom, which has been a significant technological shift for me, adding interactivity to ebooks, gamification in the languages classroom, differentiation using technology, and imparting some of the lessons that I've learned that I hope can be useful for you all as well. So a little bit about me. I think Sandra Amelia has already given you a little overview. So I've been teaching for 20 years. I've taught Italian and Indonesian, as well as English as an additional language or dialect to students from the ages of 12 to 18. When I began teaching, technology had already made a significant shift from my own experience at school. And that's something that we have to deal with. I think that it's always going to change. And so between the time that we are students and we become teachers, and then from the time we start teaching to when we become more experienced career professionals, that technology is probably going to change within those timeframes. In 2024, it's very clear that students come to my classroom with a world of knowledge about technology, and they've got multiple devices with them. So that's important that I acknowledge that that's a part of their lives. But I've actually enjoyed making changes to how I prepare for that classroom and for those students. It's absolutely not without its challenges, but for me, what technology has added to my classroom far outweighs any obstacles that might exist. So a little bit of context about my school. I work at a large secondary school. This is an image of just one of the buildings at my school, Canning Vale College. We cater to year 7 to year 12 students, so final year students, so middle school and a senior secondary. When I first started there, we were quite advanced in terms of technology. And in the first few years that I worked there, we added things like all classrooms had data projectors, most with interactivity. We have computer lab classrooms set up with desktops for students to use. And we had trolleys of laptops that were shared across a few classes that could be used whenever teachers needed to incorporate technology into their classroom. And that was functioning quite well at the time. But already there had been a bit of a shift out in the world. And so the decision was made at our school to go one-to-one with devices. So for our context, that meant every student would come to school with their own device, use that device. And because that was going to be available to us, we were all asked to go back and think about how we would like to embed technology in our classroom and what we might like to do if we had that increased access to a device. And learning areas in particular were told kind of think about how that could look in your learning area, because it was going to be different for different learning areas perhaps. So I was really lucky at this time to be part of a great team. And we made the decision after some considerable research by our head of learning area that we would develop electronic books for our students. So we would produce effectively a digital kind of textbook that they would be able to use. And that was the decision that pushed us forward to where we are pretty much still kind of now. So we developed ebooks for our classroom. So this was our big shift. For me, it was a big shift in how I utilize technology. You know, I might have used the laptops previously with my students for specific activities, but now I knew that I could do this every day, every time that I was in my classroom. It was a shift and a genuine shift away from anything paper-based, and you know, not completely, because I think there's sometimes that still exists in our system, but we moved to this ebook format. So initially, some of the benefits for languages learning we felt would be that student learning would be all in one place, that there would be one location, and that considering the very cumulative nature of languages, we knew that having access to, for example, all their prior learning and reference material, that would allow students to revisit, rebuild from what they knew. They could go back to a previous term or go back to a previous year and think, oh, okay, yes, I've seen that before and now I'm seeing it again. And this is slightly new, but I've seen it before. Early in the development phase, it was quite clear that learning about the software we had chosen, which was iBooks for Author at the time, would be a bit of a steep learning curve. So in terms of implementing this and getting this change to happen as smoothly as possible, it was slow to begin with. Things that seemed simple in other programs seemed difficult in this new platform. And providing time for the development of these books was an important part of supporting the shift to implementing new technology in the classroom. So if I had something to share at this point, it would be give yourself time when you're implementing anything new. Let the learning happen for you so that you can make the best of what's there and what's available to you. So this page that you're seeing, you've seen is a page from one of the ebooks that I use with beginner learners. And effectively, it kind of shows the brilliant things about introducing ebooks. So we develop ebooks per term. We develop them in Italian and in Indonesian. We develop them for every year level from year 7 to 10. And by the time you've done that for a whole year, you do start to feel a lot more confident with this kind of thing. So that's also a nice thing to know, that you do make that improvement fairly quickly yourself as well. So this page, I think, is a demonstration of what I love about ebooks. I can put visually appealing images and information on the page. I can make it colourful without worrying about the cost of that. I can put as little information on a page as I like, so I can lay my information out and spread it out in a way that might make it easier for students to deal with or cope with, especially when they're beginner learners. I don't want to overwhelm them with lots of information on a page. And it doesn't matter. My iBook can become longer, and I'm not worried about whether that's going to be easy to use, whether I'm going to end up with lots of paper or too much of something. So it's been a massive benefit for me in that initial shift away from paper. So our ebooks are shared with our students via our learning management system. So students would download this whole ebook from our learning management system, and they would have that then on their device for as long as they keep it. So obviously for the time period that we're learning from this book from, and then they can maintain that across the years as well. They serve as the basis for our learning, so they're a reference, and we would, in most lessons, we would refer to these probably at least a few times. So sometimes it might be that we use them as reference, for 10 minutes or 20 minutes in that lesson, and other times we might use them more extensively. I'll just go forward here, hopefully, there we go. So I'm going to show you a few pages of this ebook and let you have a look through it. What you'll see as the video goes through is that you can see that we're still kind of doing what we originally did, which was we're presenting information in a digital format, and that was kind of the change. So really just kind of substituting. And we might show them vocabulary. They might see modelled pieces of writing. They might see a reading comprehension text. They might see a concept explained, a grammatical concept, and they might sit in front of this and use it to help them with their writing. So it's effectively just a reference. But once we were presenting work in this way, it was a really natural progression to look at what else we could do with this technology. Okay, so we started to think, well, we can get interactive here, and that's where I want to take us next. So in our next phase, we added interactive elements for the students to use, and the first of those were the ones that were built into the software we were using. So short multiple choice quizzes, photo galleries, as well as embedding some videos. We could embed audio, and we could put links to external sites in there as well, so that they could hop across to other places. We were keen to take that further though. So let's have a look. This is it's kind of 2 chapters of a book, but let's have a look. So no audio, this is just me flicking through the book. So you can see presentation of some questions. You can see a model dialogue, some information about tasks that the students might be able to do within the book. And these are all things that you could do just with the initial way that we set up our books, presentation of vocabulary. And this page is going to show you a little bit more where we started to take our next level of interactivity. So this is an interactive that was built separately to the ebook platform and added to this ebook before it was published to students. And you'll see in the interactive that I'm able to give immediate feedback. So as students complete a task, they can see that whether they're correct or incorrect. If they can get the spelling here, you'll see me just go back and respell, and the punctuation for that matter. They'll also get immediate feedback that they were correct in that space and with that answer. So this was where we really, really wanted to go. So once we discovered that we could do these kinds of things, we were really kind of amplifying what we were doing. So not just substituting, but amplifying. So, apologies. So before I go into a bit more detail about how we develop the interactive elements in our books, I thought I'd stop for a moment and share some of the challenges of implementing the ebooks. As I said, the time dedicated to developing something new when you start to learn something new was probably a big factor early on. And then once we actually had our ebooks in the classroom, by far the biggest challenge is in having students all on their devices all at the same time, and in almost all of our lessons, was and still is the work that goes into minimizing distractions and keeping students on task. So, I'm teaching teenagers, so I think for me and for teachers in secondary schools, this is the ongoing work of teachers in our classrooms. So the adolescent brain is not really designed for long periods of concentration. Distractions are unavoidable, unfortunately. And some days, learning can feel a bit slow. With that in mind, some of the work that we're doing by developing ebooks, by thinking about the next level of this, is designed to capture those adolescent brains in as many ways as we can. Other issues over time have been tied to things like changing operating systems, student devices with no storage, and other solvable IT issues that might be irritating, but are not insurmountable. And even in terms of student distraction, it's not insurmountable. You're talking about the training that we all provide for students in classrooms around trying to manage distractions, trying to monitor that their focus is on their learning and not on other things. And I think that it's a consistent work that we do, whether there's technology in the classroom or not. And then a final word before I move on. The most recent challenge we're facing is that the iBooks author that we used to develop our original books has actually been discontinued. So we are going to be learning a new system in the next 12 months, basically, in order to replace that. But it was been several years that I've been able to use the same program. And again, I'd probably just acknowledge that that's what technology does. It keeps moving forward, and we can't be too sad about that when the development of amazing new software and platforms is coming. So, okay. Oh, this one's a nice blank screen. Apologies. So for this, this is us. Oh, there we go. This is us looking at interactivity. So when we decided we wanted to become more interactive and develop our books to be more than just a simple substitution of what we could do on paper, we started to look around for possible places that we could do that. And again, working within a great team and some amazing people who did some awesome research, found this lovely company called Book Widgets. And I'm going to let them give you a little overview of what they do in terms of content creation. Here we go. Hopefully this is all going to go smoothly as well.
Book Widgets is a content creation and evaluation tool for teachers. When you open the Book Widgets widget library, you can create over 40 interactive exercises like quizzes, crossword riddles, split whiteboards, flashcards, and digital worksheets with over 30 different question types. All teachers from all courses can use Book Widgets. Book Widgets is completely integrated, which allows you to create, share, and review these digital exercises right within your trusted digital learning environment. The integration also gives you the tools to monitor student progress in real time when your students are working on the assignments. This is your chance to discover struggling students and reach out a helping hand, and find students that need bigger challenges. Last but not least, grading. The Book Widgets reporting dashboard manages to make reviewing student work less time-consuming for teachers. By using handy filters that already hide correct answers and neat comment options, reviewing students' work is done pretty quickly. With one push on the button, you return the student work along with your feedback. And that's it. The loop is closed.
Okay. So in the first part of the video, you'll see she gives an overview of the library within Book Widgets and the selection of different activity types that you can create. For creative people, you can see what they have produced. The presentation is absolutely incredible. For me, the simplest things, such as being able to give students immediate feedback, allowing students to self-pace, these are the things that are the key to, for me, are a key to the success of using these in my classroom. So I make widgets or interactive activities for pretty much all of my year levels. Obviously, some of the simpler, more vocabulary-based, really year 7 and 8 or lower school, middle school type activities. But I even have final year students using some of these widgets, not generally in an ebook format, generally more as a link from our learning management system, because they can practice new grammatical concepts. They can complete writing tasks, they can complete reading tasks, and other types of practice activities using these interactives. So it was great for online learning, but also in the classroom. Perfect. For languages teaching in particular, the ability to provide repetition of material in these interactives is in different activity types has been great. I feel it really supports language acquisition in that way. Students can demonstrate their learning in a few different ways. So they can type an answer, they can draw. Obviously, you can do like a match like you saw in one of my interactives. So there's a few different ways for them to show that they've understood the learning. So I think that suits our students as well. I also love that some of these things about digital, even like a simple digital worksheet made through this or other platforms, that's not possible with paper. So some of those beautiful things like having embedded audio so that they can actually do a listening activity. I think that's awesome. Listening is a real practice it more type skill. And I think if we can develop additional listening practice that's readily accessible, then there's a big benefit there for those students getting that opportunity. I'll just go forward from here, hopefully. Whoop, no. Oh, apologies. There we go. No, we don't want to watch book widgets again. The other element that she talked about that I wanted to just touch on was feedback. It's a big part of what we do as teachers is providing good feedback to our students and timely feedback. So this is a very simple piece of feedback, but this is from a widget that has been submitted to me. So students can send the results of their feedback to, the results of an activity to their teacher. And I can see answers that they had incorrect. And then I can send them back any feedback. So this one's pretty simple. I probably don't necessarily need to send them feedback on this. But I can then have a look. I'll know what information has been acquired and what has not. I can send back some information for a more complex task that suggests what the student could do next. And it is really an awesome part of being able to use these in an interactive way. It means I can do that from anywhere that I am. And students can obviously submit from wherever they are as well. So if they're at home sick, they can still complete this and I can still get feedback to them. The other use of book widgets that she showed, I haven't used in my classroom. So our learning management system, unfortunately, doesn't support integration with the book widgets like the live monitoring and the tracking of progress. But I could see that being actually a really useful tool for teachers and allowing them to get immediate formative feedback about how their students are travelling, and certainly anybody using Google Classroom or other compatible learning management systems, I think would get a great deal of benefit from the use of that particular feature of book widgets. So from there, I am moving across to gamification. So before I start talking about gamification, I should probably just say that effectively now what we have are ebooks that go out to our students with inbuilt interactive activities, some of which allow them to submit to their teacher. Most of our ebooks probably have interactive activities every 1 to 2 pages. If we don't have an interactive activity in the ebook and we suddenly realize that our students need more practice or need additional support in a particular area, we can share interactive activities via our learning management system as a link, or even, for example, to an individual student via an email and as a link so that that student can complete that particular task again. Obviously, they can go back. I think you saw, it was a little while ago now, in my example, I cleared all my answers. So students can go back and redo a task if they wish. They can obviously keep going until they have everything kind of go green, if that's the way it's been set up. And if I don't want it to go green because I want students, for example, to submit without necessarily just going through until they get the right answer, then I can set it up so that answers are not shown and that it comes to me for me to see what they could do without that kind of feedback saying, hang on, you haven't quite got it. So lots of different levels of and layers of what you can do with those interactives. So gamification. So beyond our ebooks, obviously we still have students with a device in their hand. They're all connected to the internet. The ebook, once it's delivered to them, doesn't require the internet, but there's lots of other great things that we can do because we have that access. So we are very, very lucky. Gamification for me has been a pretty huge part of, like, I've gone looking for gamification in the last few years. Student engagement obviously is a key to increasing their learning and increasing their learning opportunities. So if I can engage them every single time I see them, and for, from the start to the finish of that lesson, that's what I want. And so for me, gamification has been quite important. I think as well, in a gamified situation, students can often feel very safe. It's a very comfortable place for them. And so they're willing to take risks, which is also really important for their language acquisition. Over time, I've trialed a few different things to incorporate gamification. This is some of my I feel like these are some of my failures. I've used Google Sites to try and build like an escape room style game, and it wasn't a failure. But I would say I probably put in a lot more time than the resulting kind of time that it took for students to use it, and perhaps the real benefits that I gained from that. It was fun though. I've trialed the online platform that's its name is Geniali. It's a great presentation tool, but also a place where you can build escape room style activities. Also something that, because I didn't have lots of skills in this platform, and I didn't have heaps of time to dedicate to it, probably one of those ones where I would say maybe not as successful for me. I think that's probably an important element of my practice for me to acknowledge that I need to go into things with the time to actually get to know them quite well. So in the end, at the easier spectrum of gamification, sites obviously that all of you know, like Kahoot and Quizlet, and a number of other sites where students can find a fun incentive to learn. So a huge hit in my middle years classroom for me has been Blooket and Quizzes, and they've kind of made their way into me using them once a week or once a fortnight for students to consolidate their learning or demonstrate where they're at. So this is Quizzes at the top of the screen. So this one is a particular way of using quizzes. So you do have to have built the quiz first, but it's all pretty self-explanatory, and that's probably why I'm there at the moment in terms of how much time it takes me to build a quiz. It's not bad. This particular image that you're seeing is from a version of the game that's called Mastery Peak. And I like that it does prioritize mastery. I think that's great. And we'll use this sometimes where students can complete this quiz multiple times, and we might make a bit of a class goal for the whole class to hit, for example, 90% accuracy, or something like that. So they're actually pushing towards that kind of mastery together, that level of accomplishment together. The other image is one particular game style from the website Blooket. And again, I like that Blooket, similar to Quizzes, can be self-paced as opposed to something like Kahoot. It gives students the correct answers as they're going, so they're constantly learning as they answer questions. Apologies, I hope you can't hear my dogs in the background. If you've never used either of these before, I'd probably say prepare yourselves for some noise with younger class groups, and a little bit of mostly friendly competition. But my students definitely engage with these really positively, and obviously they're not giving us big kind of sort of a big scope, I guess, for types of learning, but they are a great little enthusiasm booster, and a nice way to end a lesson for me. So I've really enjoyed that element of adding that to my classroom. So differentiation using technology. So thinking about all the things that I do in terms of using technology, I just wanted to talk a little bit, give a bit of an overview about my perception of how those technologies have helped me to differentiate. So I think technology has absolutely made it easier to differentiate for students. And we know that like adapting our teaching to the needs of our students is important. And one of the big challenges, I think, is time. So I think that technology providing teacher time or making what we do faster and quicker to produce is actually really supporting differentiation. So, for example, I can produce a task, duplicate it immediately, and then adjust that duplicate to differentiate for students with different needs. And that for me is awesome. That's amazing. Beyond making differentiation easier to manage for teachers, I think some key elements where we benefit are things like there's an opportunity for students to reattempt. So they don't need to erase, they don't need to get a new sheet. There's no obstacle in their way to doing that reattempt. So I think that's a brilliant element for us in terms of using technology for differentiation. Individual tasks can be provided. As I said, I can produce something for a student with a specific need. I can make a more complex version of the task. I can make a simpler version of the task. And this can be provided to that student without any difference in how it's delivered or any of that, that might have in the past been a little bit of an obstacle to getting that to students or getting that student to attempt that task. Individual feedback can be provided, as we saw with book widgets. That's perfect, and in lots of different formats. So, for example, I could provide verbal feedback, and not necessarily synchronous or in classroom, but I can provide verbal feedback that student can listen to later and take away with them. It doesn't even have to be written feedback. So that's also been a helpful part of what I can incorporate into my classroom. Accessibility options, I think, there's a whole range of things, and I feel like I've barely started to really use lots of these, but some of the simple things that I have used have been things like the function for a text to be read aloud. So I have a student with dyslexia, and he's really benefited from having text read aloud on a page, but also being able to use speech to text to get his ideas down quickly and be able to then move on to, say, the writing phase of a task, but his ideas are already there, and he didn't slow down his ideas, for example, by trying to write them. So I think the accessibility options are pretty awesome. And I think for me, this is a big one in a multi-ability classroom, that students can, with many things, and obviously this is not always and not at all times, but with many things they can self-pace, that they can move forward in a task when they're ready, and the teacher is able to provide them with enough support to be able to do that. It's definitely been made easier by technology. So I think that's a really significant benefit. All right, so lessons learned. The lessons that I've learned from embedding technology in my classroom. So the first one is probably, it's the reason that we all come to amazing events like this. Students benefit when I learn. So if I'm learning something, I think my students absolutely will benefit from what I've learned. So if I keep learning, I feel like my students will benefit. Explore before you commit your time. So this is back to my little failure with a couple of things. Have a look around. I think look at what people are recommending, look at templates people are providing or examples people are providing before you commit your time to anything that's brand new, especially if you're time poor. Work together. I think that's kind of a crucial one. So collaborate with other people. I definitely would not be doing what I am currently doing in my classroom without the support and the collaboration that has occurred within my team at my school, but also now with other teachers across Australia and in other places. So amazing, really. And the last one I would say is make it fun. So I think if using technology for you is is fun and can be fun in your classroom, then the classroom environment becomes a place that students are engaged in, and they're enjoying what they're learning, and they're filing away those enjoyable experiences for future reference, which is what we want them to do. Okay, that's it from me. Thank you again very much to the organisers of this event for including me here, and I hope I've given you something to think about, and I'm open to any questions or clarification that you would like to have about any elements of my presentation.
All right, thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening presentation today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now after listening to the highlight informative presentation, Aaron Pavi, it's time for the question and answer session. I'd like to remind, if you have any question, you can drop it in the chat box, or you can use raise hand feature. And now we have got the first person raising hand. Okay, let's invite Azmi, please.
All right. Thank you to the moderator. I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Nicotul Andari Putri Agustin. Before I address my concerns, my confusion regarding to the presentation earlier, I would like to say thank you to Ms. Erin for the highly insightful presentation. All right. I really feel enlightened by your presentation because I also teach English to young learners in the form of non-formal course. And earlier you mentioned about the implementation of using book widgets in the teaching and learning process. I would like to know how easy it is the book widgets are being used by the students, and also how do you introduce book widgets to the student in the first place? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. So typically we introduce book widgets within the ebook, and the very first time that they see them, we talk to them a little bit about the fact that they will have to open it. So usually it's a click and it opens, and that they'll engage with that widget by completing whatever the tasks are inside. Early on, because we're at beginner learner stage, we do a lot of vocabulary consolidation within our widgets. So they are checking that they've got meaning and understanding, checking that they have retained key vocabulary, checking that they can use that key vocabulary in simple sentences that they are already using. And then we build from there. So grammatical concepts around word order in Indonesian suit some of the widget types really beautifully, so they can reorder words so that they're not telling me that they are blue eyes instead of they have blue eyes. So those kinds of things are key things we use early on. I hope that answered your question.
It's answered, it is. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Miss Erin. So I hope it's clear enough for Azmi. So now, ma'am, we also have the question in the chat box. So let's continue to the very first question in the chat box. It's from Agung Irfanti. His question is, how do you measure the impact of technology on student engagement and motivation in language classes? Is there any challenges you face? That's question from Agung. Please, Miss Erin.
Thank you. Okay, that's a great question. In terms of measuring quantitatively the impact of technology in the classroom, I have looked at using, well, it's not really quantitative, it's probably qualitative. Have looked at using surveys and having students provide feedback via a Google survey about their perceptions of their motivation and their engagement. Generally speaking, though, a lot of what I do, and I guess this is probably pretty typical, but there's a lot of anecdotal evidence that goes into, have I got everyone engaged? Have I got everyone trying this task? Have I got everybody submitting or showing me that they're at this point, or whatever it is? So a lot of anecdotal measurement or monitoring, I guess. And challenges, definitely, absolutely distraction. There's pretty much no way around it. And students are, we know they're so used to that technology being in their hands. So, students who come away and go check their emails, or students who get notifications from different apps that are installed. So it's really hard, and it must be so hard for them. But we generally hope that if we're training them and we're talking to them a lot about that, our time is critical when we're in the classroom and trying to avoid those distractions. Hopefully then as adults, they're going to know that they have those skills and that they can actually just swipe that notification away and stay focused on what they're doing, or have other strategies that they use to prevent their work time or their learning time being interrupted.
All right, thank you, Ms. Aran. So, Agung, I hope it's answer your question. And last time I saw Muhammad Naufal raise hand virtually. Muhammad Naufal, do you still have any question?
Yes.
Yes, all right, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the consideration. My name is Muhammad Nazwardi from University of Silwangi. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for the presentation. It's truly insightful. I would like to ask regarding the technical problems and other issues when we are in teaching and learning process, which we cannot engage the learning by utilization of technology. What should we do as the teachers to encounter such a situation like that?
Thank you for your question. So look, when there's no access to technology, so that was the question, was there's no access to technology or some students have difficulty?
Yes.
So
which one, Muhammad Naufal?
When we do not have enough technical support to engaging the learning by utilization of technology.
Yeah. Look, it is a really tricky question because in my context, obviously, I'm incredibly lucky. So the closest I would come to that would be, for example, if I had planned a lesson where I was intending to use the internet and then we lost the internet, that would probably be the closest I would come to having those kinds of issues. I think if you don't have the technology in the classroom, then there are still lots of ways to make your classroom an amazing place to learn. Obviously, we know that, and we for a long time classrooms were technology free. So I think it's probably more about focusing on all those other amazing aspects of the classroom, that we're there to learn from each other, that we're there to collaborate, that it's actually possibly lovely in that case, take it the other way, to have a space that is technology free, that we can take that time to let our brains do something different, and learn in different ways and learn from each other, and worry about the technology outside of school and at home, and let that space be distinct to you and your classroom and what you do with them. You can still gamify without technology, and you can still certainly collaborate and do some of the lovely things that students will gain so many benefits from without the use of technology. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you, Ms. Aran. So, Naufal, I hope it's clear enough. And since we still have much time to do question and answer session, let's continue to check it in the chat box. We have Nabila. Her question is, while technology offers opportunities for differentiation, such as reattempts, individual tasks, and increased feedback, how might the benefits actually make things harder for the students who don't have easy access to digital resources and supports? All right, so Ms. Aran, please.
Thank you. I would have to say that's a big one. That's an important part of making education, or providing equality in education, and that it's a huge problem for certain areas and certain schools, and certainly I have students who come to school without a digital device. I'm very lucky that we have additional resources that we can lend to students, but I know that that's not possible everywhere, and I do think that there is definitely an unfortunate possibility of there being a gap between students who have access and who don't have access. It's really tricky. So I think as a teacher, it can be having your plan for technology and for without, which obviously is a big workload for us. Or it might be that you use technology in only collaborative ways. So using technology in groups so that there's always enough technology that when you choose to do something based on or that needs a device, that the group will always have access, even if an individual within that group didn't have individual access. But I agree, that's a really tricky space to be in. Thank you for your question. I hope that is at least, answers or probably reaffirms what you were already thinking.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Aaron, for answering the question. So we also have the question related to strategies from Muhammad Wildan Ali from Siliwangi University. He said that sometimes even using fun technology, students feel bored. So do you have any suggestion or strategies for how to make learning fun for the students?
It's a tough one. Probably going back to the teenage brain, I think somewhere in there is also an inbuilt I'm bored kind of setting. Look, I think I do love to try to get them to work together, and sometimes that's away from technology, to be honest, in my classroom. A lot of the things I do where they work together isn't always about technology. And I think that the opportunity to work with their peers can sometimes shift that. And then other times, honestly, I just think that that's where teenagers are at in that moment. But I think if it can be social, if it can be collaborative, obviously if you can use technology and that's of interest to them, then that's perfect. And providing opportunities for them to do things in as many different ways as possible, and getting to use their own voice and hopefully not have to listen to me too often as well. That all those kinds of little things can sometimes help with that phase that they're in. I hope that's useful.
Right. Okay, so that's for the answer for Wildan's question. And also we have Iqbal. He asked about benefits and challenges for ebook. Are there any benefits and challenges for ebook, ma'am?
I think, and apologies for my dogs in the background. I think for me, look, ebooks has been a massive, massive benefit. I couldn't imagine going back to having pieces of paper that get lost, or students who don't have anything at home to kind of work from, or those kinds of things. So for me, in my context and with our device setup that we have, the ebooks benefits are huge. Look, challenges, absolutely, yes, where there's a technology gap, or where I need them to be on their screen, but then need to be able to monitor every student and whether they're actually in the right space. And as I said before, sometimes little problems like a student who has no storage on their device, that can throw a little problem your way. But the benefits for me outweigh all of those challenges. And I think for me, even in a different context, I'll be looking for ways to make ebooks work for me. But that's obviously, that's me, and that's something that I've really enjoyed about implementing technology. So thank you.
Oh, all right then. Thank you to answer that question. And let's go to the last question. We have got Tiffany here. Tiffany also shows her curiosity about the topic you shared today. And she asked about the budget. The first, how much budget did you spend at the beginning of this book creation related to money and time wise? And also she asked about would you recommend other teachers to create their own books or simply use or buy other teachers' book?
So yeah, that's probably a good question. I kind of avoided talking about costs a little bit, and some of the things I've talked about are free and some of them are not. In the beginning, I think we probably committed, it must have been at least sort of 3 full days to developing our initial ebooks. So that's a pretty big school commitment to teacher time. And money-wise, we didn't pay for the initial ebook development, but we did pay for our book widgets. So there is a way to use it for free, but to get what you really need, we were paying. So we still pay yearly for that as a subscription. But it's not, for our budget, it's not huge. It's actually achievable. So that's been okay in terms of budget. Definitely the time, huge, okay, or much bigger in the initial phases. In terms of creating versus buying, I think for me, and this is very personal, I would always make, but that's partly because I am used to probably collating my own learning materials, and I want the student experience to reflect kind of exactly where I'm going. And so any textbook that somebody else has created probably won't go where I want to go, if that makes sense. And so I've become very attached to the fact that my books are very personal and that I can create them exactly the way I want them. But I think if you can find a textbook that does what you want it to do, then I think that'll be amazing. And I think the possibilities probably for English language teaching are much, much broader than possibly for me looking for Indonesian materials for beginner learners in an Australian context that's a very small group or subset of language teaching materials. So you could get very lucky with English. Thank you for the question.
Okay then, ma'am. I think I missed last question since your example of the books is interesting and inspiring us. Do you have any plan to sell your books?
And no, I don't have any plan to sell my books. So generally speaking, I make them for such a specific context that I actually can't imagine anybody else using them. But it's something that I think if people were, thinking about their careers long term, if they got into something like this, I do believe it's probably a great space to consider extra income from something like developing ebooks.
All right then. Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much for answering the question today. And I think all the questions have been answered very well. Once more, thank you for your participation to all the participants today. And it's really interesting discussion, but the time for the session is over, so we must end this session. Once more, thank you very much, Miss Erin Pavy, for sharing the insightful presentation. It's really inspiring, and I'm sure many of us have gained new perspective and fresh ideas today. And if you don't mind, I hope you would like to share the PowerPoint material to the committee to be shared to the audience, ma'am. Thank you in advance.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Miss Sandra. Thank you.
Now, we would like to deliver our great token of appreciation to our second keynote speaker, Ms. Erin Pavy. The committee, please. All right, once again, thank you, Ms. Erin Pavy, for your presentation today and all the keynote speakers. And as we come to the end of keynote speaker sessions, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the participants who made this session great. It's been a day full of insight and inspiration. So I hope to see you again at further events. I'm Sandra Amelia. Thank you and goodbye. I'm giving the Zoom floor back to the mistress of ceremony, Miss Fia, please.
All right. Thank you so much, Miss Sandra, for guiding the session once again. And again, special thanks to Miss Erin for your excellent presentation. From the amount of questions we had, we can see that the participants are really interested in what you said. So once again, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is parallel session 4. So as usual, we have 4 breakout rooms, each with different presenters and topics. We kindly ask all presenters and moderators to join their assigned breakout room now. And for the participants, please select one breakout room to join and stay there until the session ends. Please, you may join the breakout room now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are okay. We are pleased to welcome Dr. Agis Andriani MPD, the lecturer from Universitas Siliwangi. Thank you, Ibu, for joining us. All right, and to all of you, welcome back to the main room. After this, we will have a long-awaited session, which is the award session. But before that, let's enjoy some performances from Katumbiri Art Group FKIP Universitas Siliwangi. To the committee, please.
Sanggar Seni Katumbiri. Ikhlas tanpa batas, sabar tanpa pagar. Ikhlas tanpa batas, sabar tanpa pagar. Ikhlas tanpa batas, sabar tanpa pagar. Katumbiri masa.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampurasun. Saya Maulana Muhammad Salahuddin, selaku Ketua Sanggar Seni Katumbiri 2020, mengucapkan selamat datang kepada kalian seluruh mahasiswa baru Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan 2020. Kami memiliki persembahan berupa pertunjukan yang merupakan hasil karya dari rekan-rekan kami Sanggar Seni Katumbiri. Jangan sampai dilewat ya, ingat, jangan sampai dilewat. Dari awal, menit awal. Ikhlas tanpa batas, sabar tanpa pagar. Katumbiri mesat. Selamat menyaksikan.
What a great performance, right? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now without any further ado, let's get into the awards session. Are you excited? Because I am really excited to announce it. Ooh, okay, are you ready, everyone? Ready? All right. So we have 3 categories of awards. First, best ribbon. Second, best audience. And the third is best speaker. So let's start with the best ribbon category. Did you upload the ribbon on your social media? No. Okay, for those who uploaded the ribbon, this award is for you. We choose the winners based on the photo and the caption. And the winners are... Drum roll. Menu drum roll. Okay, and the winner? Okay, for the best ribbon, we have... Very good. Okay, and this is the winner for the ribbon. Let's give applause. Okay, please give applause for the winner. Okay, congratulations once again for the best ribbon. That's really great. Thank you very much for your enthusiasm for this conference. Right, I'm sorry. I couldn't read the name because of some kind of trouble. So yeah, hopefully you can read, and the winners already read the name as well. Could you please send? Yeah. All right. So once again, congratulations for the best ribbon. Okay, we really appreciate your enthusiasm for this conference. All right, and then next up, we have another category. Okay, so let's get ready for the next category. We have best audience. Okay. While waiting for this, please prepare yourself because you are maybe one of the winners. We will have 3 winners for this category, for all the categories. So let's get ready for the best audience category. Right. Audience, dear participants, if you have been actively participating, responding, and asking questions throughout the conference, you might be one of the winners. So let's find out. And the best audiences are... Trouble again. Okay, here is the best audience. Okay, the first one we have Agung Irfantri from Universitas Siliwangi, and then we have Zaki Ahmad Muharram from Universitas Galuh, and then we also have Nabila Silva from Universitas Siliwangi. Congratulations to you all. Thank you very much for your active participation, and we truly appreciate it. Okay, maybe in the next event, yeah. All right, so, and then finally, we have the best speaker category. This criteria, okay, this criteria for this category include the material, delivery, and interaction with the audience. And the winners are... And then the second one is Alia Hana Latifa from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. And then the third we have Ni Ketut Wulandari Putri Agustin from Universitas Siliwangi. Please give applause for the best speakers. Okay, congratulations to our best speakers. We hope this recognition you to continue your outstanding work. Don't be sad for the rest of the speakers. You are all the best. Yeah. Okay. So once again, congratulations to you all, the winners. And then later, the committee will contact you for the certificate. All right. And then for the attendance list, we will send it after this. So please kindly wait. While waiting for the attendance list, we have come to the end of this conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, the award session marks the final agenda for the second EDSA International ELT Conference on Intercultural Education. Once again, we'd like to extend our deepest gratitude to all of our keynote speakers and parallel session speakers for their insightful presentations. Thank you to all the moderators for guiding each session, and of course to all our distinguished participants for your active participations. On behalf of the EDSA International ELT Conference on Intercultural Education Committee, the English Department Student Association, and the English Education Department of Universitas Siliwangi, we thank you and apologize for any shortcomings. We hope you gained a lot of new insights from this conference. Right. Now we will we have dropped the attendance link in the chat box. Please fill it out right away, as we will not send it to the WhatsApp group. Make sure you write your name and active email correctly, since this information will be used for your certificate and it will be sent automatically to your email. As this has come to an end, I'm Fiarestiana signing out as your mistress of ceremony. Here, we have a very special video for you to enjoy before you leave. It's a documentation from this conference. So please enjoy. See you again and have a great weekend, everyone. Bye.
everyone.